And making sure everything's running properly. There we go. Welcome back to Minecraft 1.12.2 featuring Embers without Mind Fantasy Reforged. We also still have Electroblob's Wizardry here. But this is chiefly about Embers. The big move here right now is going to be finding somewhere to put this Ember Boar, like I promised yesterday. The Ember Boar has to be placed on bedrock. It must touch at least 3 bedrock blocks. And ideally, the little atmospheric gauge, the little ember gauge that I'm carrying, will have its pointer aiming mainly to the right. It doesn't look like we're going to get that, though. So I'm just going to hippity hop around. I mean, this space right here would be pretty good. But if I can find somewhere nearby that has a higher ember content, we'll use that instead. However, the needle does not appear to be moving, and I appear to have hopped myself right into a hole that I cannot escape. Yeah. Looks like the move here is to place something conveniently nearby and kind of give up on looking for something optimally powerful. Not usually my style, I know. So, it goes right here, in the center of the 3x3. Here is our Ember Boar. It currently does nothing. If you do manage to get underneath it, though, and stick your head on the underside, it will kill you. Because what we don't see is a bunch of very nasty grinding teeth. It's designed to chew on bedrock to extract its crystals, after all. Now we place this mechanical core, which acts as a proxy for the machine. The thing is, it only has this one little port here that we can get items into or out of. This mechanical core extends that. So now we have 5 ports that we can get items into or out of. One of those ports is going to be a hopper for fuel. And then another one will have to be the extractor with a pipe leading to this chest. I'd say then all we have to do is power the extractor, but I think that might power the hopper as well, so might not have arranged this very well. I will instead put the extractor here. Then the item pipe. And a lever to run the extractor. Let's turn that on and leave it on. So now everything that the mechanical core, or Everything that the Ember Boar extracts will be immediately pulled out by the extractor and fed into this chest. No delays. And the last thing is to feed it. And it's already working. It is kind of on the loud side. Wow. What happened? Why is my Ember suddenly maxed out here? This was only middling before. Yeah, this is gonna fly, isn't it? Alright then. I guess we're pulling Ember like I don't even believe. Okay. We'll just leave that thing to work. And we already have a few crystals to show for it. There are two options here. I can either move my base to bedrock level to be close to the boar, or I can hang out way up here and go collecting deposits of crystals every so often. There's also a third option, but that will take a lot more lead than I have, and that would be to create a pipe, an item pipe, all the way from bedrock level that leads all the way up here. But, item pipes only cost 4 lead for 8 units. I don't have that kind of lead. So the important question right now is, now that we have some Ember detritus and associateds, what do we do with it? Well, the little Ember shard, they combine into Ember crystals and also make Ember lanterns, which are a fairly silly light source, honestly. They can also make mantle jars. We'll get to those in a minute. They're also a component of making clockwork tools, but this requires Dawnstone, which we don't have yet. Among the Dawnstone tools are the Bilax, Pickaxe, Cinder Staff, Blazing Ray. Those are two ranged weapons. The Ray and the Staff are types of ranged weapons. Then we have the Archaic Light, the Edge Block, and a couple other bits and bobs that we don't need yet. They're also used to stamp things, and the shards can be stamped into grit. You can also, with an ingot's worth of molten metal, stamp a shard into an aspectus. We talked about that last playthrough, but never actually got there. We're going to get there now. I mean, probably not today, but getting to Ember's Alchemy is definitely in the playlist. Ember crystals, full crystals, and used to make, well, Ethereum Forge stuff. We'll worry about that at a later date. They split into shards. They make crystal cells, but that's blocks of copper and dawnstone. Mantle cartridge. Alchemy pedestal, beam cannon, and another things. Also, you can stamp an ember crystal into 6 shards, but why would you want to do that when you can just craft them down by hand? They also alchemize into some things, but that'll become important later. And grit. is a fuel source. Just as good as charcoal. They also make metallurgic dust. This little part, though, this smeltate items, means I could technically feed the ember grit from my ember bore back into the bore to use as fuel. Which wouldn't quite make it self-sustaining, but it might get close. Anyway, if we get back into our book here, and all the concepts we have unlocked, I'm going to have to make an ember activator. I don't want to. I would rather go straight to a pressure refinery. But I don't really have the easy means to feed water into a pressure refinery. Although I think I could do just with a bucket. Just with a bucket. Let's go ahead and try that. And of course there's Dawnstone, but that takes the mixture centrifuge. We basically have a lot of options now that I don't know if we have the materials to pay for just yet. Well, let's see here. The pressure refinery. With copper and copper. Iron and a furnace. Do I have that kind of copper? Kind of. Gonna go with kind of. Definitely gonna go with, yeah, kinda. We also need to get more gold going, but we haven't mined a whole lot of gold, surprisingly, despite how low to the ground we've, been digging around at bedrock level mostly. I have all this wheat, so I could just go ahead and make some bread, too. Without Mind Fantasy, I don't have to worry about untilling my soil just because I'm harvesting by hand. As a trade-off, it means I don't have a scythe to harvest the whole field at once. So, ups and downs. So that was a furnace. 9, 10, 11, 12 copper and 4 iron. There's the pressure refinery. By itself, just being fed with ember and water, it produces 1.5 times power output from shards and crystals that you feed into it. But, as the entry says, you can also place it on a metal block with lava or fire around it, and it can go up to triple. We're going straight there. Because all that costs is another block of copper and some lava. And now the question is, where am I going to put this monstrosity? And I think the most obvious answer is, well, not here, actually. Because I can use this area to expand the farm. And maybe should. I don't have room here. But I could do it over here-ish. This would be fine. So the first thing to do is carve out a 3 by 3 by 3. Maybe even one more. Because embers can get a little space intensive. And we dig down one more space in this cross formation. The copper block goes here. The lava bucket goes behind it. Technically, we can also put lava in the corner blocks, but you don't have to. It actually doesn't care. I put the pressure refinery right there. Now I just need to get some water in this thing. It can take a few buckets. Maybe it would behoove me to make a nice little water cistern fairly close by. It only really has to be a 2 by 2. Because I shouldn't be taking more than a bucket at a time, ever. That holds 8 buckets. And we'll have to get some more lava around it. It would also be nice to place a few wall blocks, just so that lava doesn't spark any fires, as lava sometimes does. So we'll just do that, so I can still access the pits to put lava in. But the pits themselves can't produce any lava. Or fire. Because blocks adjacent to lava sometimes spontaneously ignite. We are out of fuel here, but have made some decent progress. Let me just put this grid back. You can burn that. That counts as charcoal. That'll get us a little more. And somewhere down here, there were some decent lava pools that I can just calmly steal from and bring back to my pressure refinery. This would be so much easier if I had the gold to be running Arcane Archives, get some tanks going. But gold hasn't shown up for me yet. Not in sufficient quantity. What was that noise? Oh, you. Go ahead and... Oh, you're immune to lava. I don't know how I didn't know that. It's never come up. Apparently those golems are immune to lava. Wow. Well, I'll deal with that little revelation later. Right now we have more lava to deliver. And I think I need more copper besides. Because in addition to the pressure refinery, for producing power, we also need a way to transfer it and a way to store it. So while the pressure refinery has its own buffer, it's not a very big buffer. So up here in the Machinations of Fire chapter, we're going to need ember transfer, emitters, and receptors. And also a copper cell, which is a battery. The copper cell is also made with blocks of copper and entire Caminite bricks. "16 bricks to make one cell. And we still need more iron besides. Of course, let's not forget the entire copper block that's going into this. Embers isn't cheap. So there's our storage battery. More copper and plates to make ember receptors. Fortunately, they come in batches of 4. Which is a bit less painful than some other things in the mod. And the last one was the ember emitter. Same cost, different orientation. So with all this, we now have the means to produce and store ember power. What's kind of fun about ember is that it doesn't care about blocks. Ember bursts can pass straight through blocks if they want to. So what we're going to do here is, where do I even want this thing? The trouble with a copper cell is that it needs to be accessible on every side. So I'll just stick it there. It needs a receptor. Put that on the back. And just for illustration purposes, we'll cut the rest of this out. And put our ember emitter there. We use our Tinker's Hammer. Okay, it's shift right click to target. and then right-click to establish what should be aiming at the target. Those two sounds, tink, clang, are going to happen a lot in this mod. And finally, I say finally, but there's still like 3 more steps. We need a lever, which is one of the reasons that Embers allows you to make levers in batches of 4. We need a lever on the emitter. We could also, I've forgotten what it's called. Maybe the book can tell me. Not the clockwork attenuator. There's a device, dial. Ember dial. That's what I'm thinking of. The Ember dial is a simple gauge. These used to be a lot more expensive, actually. I'm thinking that they used to require compasses to make every single one of them. Unfortunately, we're out of copper, so no dial. What the dials are supposed to be for is you place them on a machine that can store Ember, and it will tell you how much Ember is in that machine. It's critical for something like this cell, because I can't tell how much Ember is in it otherwise. And it's also sometimes useful for the pressure refinery, because if the cell is full, and the refinery is storing Ember instead of pushing it out, then we have a problem. So let me just fail to put Ember in here at all. Hello, pressure refinery. Both water and Ember empty pumped into it. I think I need to hopper the Ember crystals in. Good thing I just made all this iron. Like I suggested before, it's an expensive machining mod to get into. And honestly, it doesn't really offer a whole lot. There. That's it, burning the Ember crystals. It now contains Ember in that upper cage. We flip the switch, and the Ember contained in the upper cage is pushed out 1 packet at a time to the receptor, and then shoved into the cell. How much is in there? Don't know. Don't have enough copper to find out. But we have our bare minimum beginnings of Embers. Next up, we'll need a way to actually use this Ember power. And some of the most important machines to do that with are the melter and the stamper. The melter is more copper, more camenite, and another furnace. And what this does is it liquefies 1 metal ore into 2 bars worth of liquid metal. This is our ore doubling. Excuse me. Water break. Then once we have the liquid metal, we honestly can't do a single thing with it until we make a stamper, a stamp base, and some stamps. The stamp base is just a glorified bucket. You pump liquid metal into it, and it sits there and does nothing. The next step is to have a stamper, which involves an iron block placed above the stamp base. You then stick a actual stamp made from Caminite onto the stamper, supply the stamper with ember, and it'll begin bashing out whatever you want to stamp. The stamper itself, the stamper base. Place the stamper one block above the base, give it ember, pipe molten metal into the base, and the stamper should begin to process it. You can also place a bin under the stamper to automatically collect the products. And the bin is a whole lot of iron. Honestly, it's kind of like a hopper, but worse. But the bottom line right now is, I need to go mining. We need another bucket of lava. I don't need this boat. I have a hole in the bucket. We've had it the whole time. And this hasn't even burned through a bucket's worth of water. Alright, let me get the 2 more buckets of lava that we need. And we'll also go looking... Splash down. Looking for more metals. And copper especially. Gold would also be very nice. There's the lava. That part of the mission's accomplished. I'm mostly seeing iron down here. Copper is strangely absent. I think it's not supposed to be this low, but we have seen it this low. Lead would be nice too, but I'm not sure if we're going to find any of that. Lead is kind of a pipe dream at this point. Oh, what the? Nobody invited you. Random blasted spider dropping on my head. What I was about to say is that I should exploit this area more. Because there's lead over there. Could be other things. It's just a matter of not diving into the fire. And, of course, making sure we know what our light level is. So none of Eon beasties pop up to give us trouble. Oh, hey. This is... yeah, that makes sense. This is that lava area that keeps blocking me every time I try to go that way along the bedrock path. Okay, you're gonna have a bad day. Enjoy being ridiculous. Okay, if everyone wants to swan dive off the cliff into the lava and not actually bother me, that's fine. I saw some gold over here. Where was that gold? It's with that gold I can get Arcane Archives started and solve a lot of my storage problems. There you are. 1, 2, and the rest. Got some lovely iron. Iron is always helpful, though Embers honestly requires more copper than iron typically. And there's that lead over there, and I want it, but it's kind of out of reach at the moment. What? Goodbye. And then there's that guy. Oh, there's so many of them. Just diving into the lava to try and get me. This ravine is a lot more dangerous than I had previously guessed. 2 more grit. Enjoy your grit. And also some coal when you're done with that grit. Not a very satisfying mining expedition, but I did get... noise is still going on. Need to fix that. But I did get the lava buckets that I need. Which is pretty valuable in its own way. Okay, I'm gonna need some more of those cobblestone wall blocks. Just to prevent myself from accidentally stumbling into that lava. You really can't have that. does Embers say anything about where copper can be found? No. It comes from geodes, apparently. But no indication as to what height I should be searching at. Oh well, I suppose. I guess I'm going to have to settle for some arcane resonators. Radiant resonators. Resoluxes. And buckets of water. A 1. And 2. I somehow undershot on logs. And a 3. Time for those obnoxious humming noises to come back. And those will make me crystals that I can use to upgrade my storages. We can also come up here and increase the cow population. In there. You don't get to phase through the wall. One, two, three, 4. I need a better way to mine. Something that isn't quite so deep in the earth. Hello? I hit follow. That means pop over to me. Are there any shallower cuts in the earth? That doesn't really count. That barely looks like a scar. That could work. West to the plains tile. To see if we can establish some kind of mine. Ooh. Or I could just go down here. Even with that creeper down there. Buddy. Oh, you have friends too. Well, now you're out. these two. Full shield hours. You're gonna make me hit that Enderman. Or you could try and shoot the Enderman yourself. That makes my job easier. How many of you are there? Okay. I think I've finally cleaned up this tunnel. Which is good. It's definitely getting dark. I don't want to be in a... I just turned my back on that section. This right here, this is why it's technically safer to mine at night. Because creatures that would be spawning in the tunnels with you can spawn on the surface instead. Which means they're less likely to spawn down there in the tunnels with you, giving you a much needed break. Anyway, I'm here for the iron. But I'm especially here for the copper that I saw higher up. It was right near where those creepers were. So right about here. Hello, zombie. Don't mind me. I'm just claiming this copper. Coal and charcoal are now extra important because we can use the ember boar to turn these fuel resources into ember crystals, and those ember crystals to run our machinery. Not that we have any machinery yet, but that's coming. Now that we have a way to produce and store ember power at a pretty decent efficiency, the next step is going to be finding uses for that power. I think I want to continue the tunnel over here. There's also copper over there. It's just a matter of getting to it. But that is what all this cobble is for. is keep the light stretching in these new tunnels, so I'm less likely to have things just pop out of nowhere. And claim this copper deposit. Just a bit of scaffolding required, but that's fine. Looks like this branch of the tunnel has ended, unless it continues down there. Even more awkward to get to. But this, strictly speaking, is what I signed up for when I installed Hexlands. It's unbelievable, but I've never actually gone caving before with this mod. I usually strip mine. Actually, that's not accurate. The real problem is that I've never used an air border between biomes before. I thought that would be interesting. And now I have these comically huge gaps between tiles that I have to bridge across, which is, don't get me wrong, a novel challenge. And it's certainly unique. But I did not at all think about the implications of what might happen to mine tunnels doing that. Because you know, I'm going to bridge over there, and get that, and all that. But also this over here. Oh, how did I miss the one I was standing on? Must have been hidden by my light level overlay. The numbers are a bit big and obnoxious. I would prefer the old NEI style light level overlay where it was just red and yellow X's drawn on the ground. That was much less obtrusive. You could very clearly see what blocks were underneath the markings. I don't remember why I'm not using that version of light level overlay. It was either incompatible or didn't exist with this version, something. There was some issue. I don't believe that's only 3 iron. There has to be more iron in here somewhere. I guess not. Not today. Something messed up the iron generation. Ah, is it daytime already? Zombie noise. I don't like zombie noise. Zombie noise means that at a moment's notice, a zombie could just jump out of one of these gaps, dive bomb me, and knock me off the cliff to the bedrock below, which would be fatal. Not exactly the same thrill as a dragon descending from out of nowhere to knock me from my astral sorcery platform to the earth below, but it kind of has the same basic vibe. We certainly are making good collection of iron and coal today. That was a strange, wooden-sounding noise. Ah, that's what it was. Another one of those embers golems. One day they will be useful. Very useful. But this is not that day. We've got 60 iron, 24 copper. It's something. Honestly, the iron haul here is pretty wild. Now we just make our way right back out. Take out another wild cow, because it's there. Make our way home. Back to our nice little peaceful hole ground. Jeez. The iron. The ridiculous amount of iron. Also, the equally ridiculous amount of coal. I can make use of some of this. Just the whole stack. Oh no. Twitch is showing me unstable again. I tell you, every day. Makes me wonder why I'm on the platform sometimes if it can't be stable. Come on, you. Fix your shit. Alright, blocks chest. Monster crap chest. What else? This chest is going to be fine for now. I'll just get frustrated with it if I convert it now. Gonna need a melter. Which is why I'm cooking the copper in the first place. Also, more Caymanite. More Caymanite means more sand. I don't really have an easy way of producing sand yet. Besides, I suppose, the old-fashioned way. Let's go hit up that desert. Man, a horse would be absolutely silly. You could sprint across a few tiles, sure, but then you'd just plummet straight down to bedrock. It will be nice to get Astral Sorcery off the ground because it will be able to feed my Caymanite needs rather handily. There it goes. That's what I was waiting on. The shovel to break. I also have a vain hope of getting some bonus crops out of here besides just seeds, but this isn't that kind of mod pack. Seeds are all I'm going to get from grass. Although, technically, I have installed a mod that's supposed to give me seeds for Electro Blobs, Crystal Flowers. Never seen one, though. So I'm not sure if the seeds are a lie or what. Oh, I have that backwards, don't I? Oh, that's annoying. Yep. We bash out another stack of Kemenite. About half of it can be bricks right away. The rest I will need to store. Ember dial. That's right. A copper ingot, 1 redstone, and 1 paper. Huh. How do I not yet have a single sugarcane? This is a problem. Pickaxe skill for the bonus drop. I've never really used an Eye of the Ancients, but why pass up an easy opportunity for an extra item? I have another thought, though, which might be mildly more important right now. Where is my... It's in my backpack. Somewhere in here, there is one of these. Cave Illuminator. This is a hilarious item. What you do is you place the block on the surface, and then it automatically places lights underground, underneath itself, lighting up all dark areas. I don't know the radius, but to get to that I would need illumination powder, which means I need glowstone dust, which I don't think I have. So that's off the table for now. Right now I need to find some sugarcane. Which I am more than a little surprised that I don't have. I'm not even really sure where to look for it. Usually it's a riverside thing. But have you seen a single river on this map? Because I sure haven't. Oh boy. Look at all this nonsense. I blocked that. You need to go. What? I just singled out and took out the only nearby skeleton, only to have another one spawn behind me. Okay. Peace. Peace near that obelisk. Pylon. Whatever I've been calling them. Put him immediately on the defensive. I'm just trying to find sugarcane. This should not be that difficult. Also, surprise, tons of sheep. Sheep getting shot. Seriously, where would I even go for sugarcane? Because all I'm seeing anywhere is cactus. Cactus and grass. I got my boat so I can leap over to that ocean. But I don't think it would make a bit of difference. Ha. Got the skeleton to kill it. For a track. Not that I'd ever cared about collecting tracks. But it's just a little satisfying achievement to have done so. Well, that was a rough night. I'm still out and about looking for sugarcane. Which is simply not going to be on any of these deserts. It can kind of appear in swamps, I think. But I don't remember seeing any back when I was trawling through swamps looking for clay. Speaking of which, my clay supply is not the greatest anymore. And I managed to break my shovel. So there's that too. Big spruce forest up there. And I think I see another wizard tower. And that little bit of color poking through the trees is definitely a wizard. This copper is a nice find too. It's just a block away. Okay, you're all stuck down there. That's good. I reach the top. And I'm seeing a green dot on the minimap. And that was a good villager noise. So this guy, whatever color he is going to be a trading partner. If I could just get up the stairs. You are conventional blue. Well, okay then. If I ever find an astral diamond, I know who to call. Though given that I never saw an astral diamond in the whole of my last playthrough, don't exactly have high hopes there. Why is my boat up there? Boating around these ocean hexes is honestly the fastest way to get anywhere. A little lakey, pondy thing up here. Do you have? No, you don't have any sugar cane either. And there's no way to make it. It has to be found. Alright, I'm trying this. Worst case scenario, we die. Oh, I stand corrected. Worst case scenario, we hit a lava flow halfway down. I didn't even think having my boat destroyed in midair was a possibility. And now I'm bouncing along the bedrock with no blocks in hand. Oh. Lovely. Might have permanently lost some things. In fact, did permanently lose some things. Don't know what. Because the lava flow was right there behind us. So what got burned, and will I even notice? My food. My steaks are gone. Well, of all the things to have been destroyed by the lava in our unexpected plummet, well, our expected plummet and unexpected death, our steak supply is certainly the least valuable thing to have lost. Seriously though, clipping the edge of a lava flow on the way down. What a way to go. What a thoroughly undignified twist on what should have been an awesome stunt. And I still don't know if boats prevent fall damage. So not only did we die and lose all of our stakes and levels, but we learned nothing in the process. Aside from lava bad, which is already folk wisdom. Get more power pistols, at least. Lots more. In fact, I think that's enough to justify upgrading the Embers chest. Also, Mundane Stone. What does that do? It applies a modifier called Mundane. Okay, don't know what that does. More strange mysteries. And so, armed with more food, as darkness falls again. Did I never mark the other wizards? I found 2 other wizards and apparently did not mark their locations. One there. And one... I don't know, I never marked the other wizard location. This swamp up here, just northwest of us, has water. There might be sugarcane there, but I don't remember sugarcane when I went there. Further northwest, this one has a witch hut. We never actually went there. Ah, that's not a wizard. This is suspiciously flat looking. But it's not related to my current quest. Sugarcane must happen. Also, having a darn nap must happen. We've died, what, 4 times and haven't set our spawn point yet? Close the door already, yeesh. How many tries does it take? Howdy, boys. Gather round, gather round. It's time for the next injection of food. I had my shield up for that. Apparently they don't care sometimes. They just don't care sometimes. Which is rude. Go to all the trouble of building and raising a shield, and they just ignore it. So this swamp town to the west has sheep. Some vine samples would be nice. But no water. I'm gonna just kick you off in frustration. Bye. What is that? A fossil of some kind? It's just white blocks with a bunch of holes in between. I've been seeing it from the map for a long time, but it's not at all clear what that is. I don't know how important it may or may not be, but it's bothering me, because it just looks like a strip of white bone, just hanging out on the map for no good reason. No sugarcane here either. Chest is always under the northwest one. Or was it northeast? Northeast. Hey, glowstone. Don't mind if I do. Then we blot up the water, which has always been my sign that I have examined one of these. Could there be something of value in here? More glowstone. And the 5th early constellation page. That's enough glowstone to make some things happen. The page 2 I can store away. But the maddening search for something so simple as sugarcane continues. We have a swamp hill over here with no apparent water. That's a problem. Sugarcane's growth rules are very strict. Well, I'm not finding anything that I've been looking for. The adventuring is still proving fairly lucrative. Replenishing our meat stocks, for instance. The glowstone, which is a huge boon. Honestly, not a lot else that's very exciting. So unlike something so frustrating as cocoa, sugarcane is not necessarily biome specific. What it requires, this is terrifying, what it requires is a dirt or sand block adjacent to a water block. This shouldn't be that difficult. It can appear anywhere those two conditions are met, but is most common in swamps and, honestly, also deserts, if the desert chooses to provide a water source. It is most common next to rivers, but we don't exactly have any of those, now do we? Where's the witch hut? You pretty much expect to find a witch inside, though this one is unusually silent. No witch in residence. They have a flower pot. I think they always have a flower pot. Uh-oh. Didn't take you long to spawn, did it? Nope. He got taken out by his buddy, who it also did not take long to spawn. We've got a witch. Pretty sure witches can't drop sugarcane. I don't think anything does. A little bit of infighting, and that becomes easy. Yeah, there's no water in this swamp. Okay, I'm not putting up with this. We're sailing. Maybe one of these mini islands has sugarcane. Well, that's going to be a no. Who would have thought sugarcane would be the most valuable substance in this playthrough? There's some. I'll just break it during a sail by. Try and quickly snatch the rest. And get out of there. This is now the most precious substance we own. And I need to get this back to base so I can immediately start cultivating it. Three to make paper and 2 to grow. Maybe I can get closer to that weird bone formation, which is right here. Let's not try the flying leaf thing this time. Ah, we have a golem cell. Not what I'm here for. Yeah, that's some kind of bone fossil. I've seen those before, but not in this mod set. This is only 112 too. Like, archaeological fossils aren't supposed to exist. Why is this here? There's kind of floating coal around, which is interesting but strange. I want some of these bone blocks. Also, plenty of other fun things in the walls here. Oh, they don't make the bone noise yet. They're considered stone, which is boring. And that lava flow is alarming. I do not want lava with my bones. That is lava. With the bones. Bone lava. Now these turn into bone meal, right? Yeah. 9 bone meal apiece. Which, while not amazing, is at least decent value for a scavenged block. What is a mushroom doing growing down here on the bedrock? That makes no sense. Everything generation is just a little bit topsy-turvy. We have another golem cell. Probably includes a golem. Almost certainly includes a golem. Hey, buddy. I got stuck. I got very stuck. I thought I could just retreat out here, but he nudged me. I became misaligned with the hole and couldn't escape. Fortunately, remembered the shield before things went well and truly south. Might be nice if I ate, though. Gain some of that health back. Because I hear lava in the walls. And if any of that lava comes out of the walls, I am just cooked. More decorative blocks for home. If only I could use these instead of Caminite bricks. That might make collecting them actually worth it. Hmm. 3 diamonds. Okay. How do we get home from here? It's pretty much formulaic. I just move across the bedrock nonsense. It's just the inherent difficulty with the noise layer. Really regretting not installing that flat bedrock, because I know there's a flat bedrock mod. would make this kind of traversal infinitely easier. Especially right now. Because this is a little nerve-wracking. I do not want to sneak through lava with margins this small. But pulled it off. And now we're home free. Because that is my crash pad, and this is still running. How you doing? Have some more grit. I will take these. Another successful expedition. How long has that iron been in my ceiling? Ah, yes. Electroblock box. And also Arcane Archives box. I can also do 2 for Astral Sorcery. We will eventually need 2 for Astral Sorcery. What else have I got in my pockets? Altogether too much. Some things go down here. This needs to be paper immediately. I guess vines are technically a plant. Electroblob for that, and this. Chests are a block. This is an ore. Quartz also an ore. That's everything put away. Paper, redstone, copper. I have no idea what order these go in. Because it's a plate. So technically it's 2 copper. Now, finally, can slap an ender dial here. We have 7,200 out of a possible 24,000. Plenty of room for more. As a matter of curiosity and science, $7,200 plus 1 shard. That seems like a lot. Either that or the Ember Emitter is very weak. It's very weak. It's 40 per blast. From 72 to 84 on 1 crystal. That is 1,200 for a single crystal. No, it's not. Yes, it is. 1,200 for 1 shard. That's a lot of power. Or is it? Because how fast does the power get used is another question. Now from 8,400, what does a crystal give us? More on that later. That could be a while. Now, how am I looking for a melter? Also, before I build the melter, here's a silly question. The geologic separator. Can I place multiple separators on one melter? It doesn't say. Now, the geologic separator provides 16 millibuckets. Let me just pull my calculator up. An ingot is 144 millibuckets. Divided by 16 is 9. So that's a nugget's worth of metal. So 9 ores becomes 18 and then 19 bars. That's pretty good economy. But I do wonder if I could place multiple separators, because they're just a nickel. Okay, they're a nickel block. That could be troublesome. And a fluid vessel, which isn't that expensive, but it takes more caminite. Let's focus on the necessities first. Melter. Bricks and a plate and some stuff. And sieve and though and blah. And other miscellaneous noises that are meaningless but sound fun to me. I may actually want some more plates. And we're going to need cobble for the furnace, 2 iron, 1 copper. Melter. Melter will require a receptor and an emitter to run, and a lever to power the receptor, or to power the emitter. Next up, Stamp Base. Bucket plus 2 iron plus 2 bricks. There's the base. Stamper. Block plus copper plus 6 bricks. Stamper, which also needs an emitter, a receptor, and another lever to function. We also need fluid pipes, which are made of more iron. Quite a bit more iron. I don't have the iron right now. Make more iron. That's a start for fluid pipes. The fluid pipe also needs, you need a fluid extractor, at least one. Which is a plate, 2 redstone, two redstone, 2 pipes, a plate, fluid extractor, another lever to run it, the pipes themselves. This is all becoming quite a bit complicated, isn't it? We're also going to need stamps. The plate stamp is especially nice, because the plate stamp allows us to make plates with a single bar's worth of metal, instead of using the hammer to turn 2 bars into a plate. The rod stamp. Apparently doesn't do anything. Yeah, I guess rods don't exist. A little weird. Because rods absolutely do. Oh, that's an axle. That's slightly different. Whatever. We'll worry about that later. Gear stamp. Makes gears for mystical mechanics. We have round stamps, which appear not to do anything. So the stamps that I know I do need are bar, flat, and plate. Those are the crucial ones. The inscription stamp is special. The inscription stamp you name in an anvil, and then you can use it to rename items in bulk by putting the item on the stamper and then hitting them with the inscription stamp. It's kind of unique. I may make some more charcoal as well, which means more wood. I could also use, I think, some comparators. Probably a little crazy to be thinking about comparators right now. But I have nether quartz, so honestly, why the heck not? I'm thinking 2 to start. Oh, it needs cooked stone though. That's fine. We'll make some of that. The comparators are for another little piece of the puzzle here. And that is the fact that Ember, while it only fires out 40, in bursts of 40 at a time, it doesn't care if the receptor can handle the full 40. It only checks to see if the receptor can handle any. So up to 39 could be lost. Which is very annoying. So what I want to do, and I don't know if I even can, is get comparators set up for the melter and the stamper, so none of my power is wasted, and it keeps them full, but not overflowing. I've never tried this before, so it may end up not working. We went from 84 to 156 on a single crystal. That's a big jump. Okay, how am I going to do this? Well, let me just grab the cell. The cell keeps its power. We'll place the cell up there. And its receptor can go right there. Relinked. Redialed. Something's not right here. Some kind of something is messing with my PC. Like an installation that I didn't ask for. So if there's a performance dip, that's going to be why. Okay, to try and make this easy, melter goes here. I have to continually make sure none of the rocks I'm cutting fall into the melter, because that can happen. The melter is a finicky device, and you can just toss stuff in, and I don't want that to happen. So what I need to do here is have a receptor on the melter and an emitter on the cell. And in order to get power, a redstone signal specifically, to the emitter, or to the receptor, I want to use a comparator. Because I've heard that works. And then I need an inverter, which is another redstone torch. I think I need slabs too for the way I'm arranging this. I don't actually know if the slab method works yet. We're getting into territory, redstone territory, that's very unfamiliar for me. I don't use comparators hardly ever. I think I did a comparator thing once. And that was long and ago. Okay, so first thing, we link these. Second thing, get a lever on it. Hit the lever. And this gets powered. Let me also borrow this dial. Because this needs to fill to 8,000 before we'll see anything. And then when this fills up to 8,000, this will start filling to 2,000. And that, I think, is when the comparator will finally start functioning. I mean, it did say we could use comparators, right? Powered, they will expel ember, receptors. If it is received, it can't take all of it. Some will be lost. We hate that. Link them. Some will fade away. That's all we get right now, apparently. Does the dial provide the signal? That's a very weird question to me. Maybe that's the one I should be asking. Oh, the hell with it. Plate, paper, redstone, got those backwards. Dials. As an experiment, does this light up if I put it here? It does. It's the dial that provides a signal, not the receptor itself. Alright then, that makes this slightly sillier. So I'm going to put a dial there, a comparator here, and that comparator will flicker melter's full. So now we can see how much power the comparator actually provides. In both modes. So I don't know what subtract mode does. Do I need something beside it for subtract mode to work? No, we're getting the same value in both modes. Okay. At 2000 Ember, it outputs a power of 15, which is, as we know, 100%. Why am I frozen? It must be those installs I wasn't paying attention to. Alright, well if the power level gets up to 15, then I'm going to have to stretch it out. So it attenuates a little. I don't know by how much, though. We're mostly just guessing here. I may in fact be able to guess more easily if I just gave it more of a winding path. But more in this direction. Now it's down to 8, which is better. Let's just do some more coiling, because this is easier than having to use the slabs that I thought I'd need to use. Also, hearing a lot of golem footsteps. Not sure where those are coming from. Right now, power is down to 6. Four. Maybe a little less attenuation. Six again. But I shrank it. Oh well, that'll do. The power level of 6 will freeze my game again. We'll turn off that torch. Which will then not power this emitter. I could also save myself a lot of trouble by reading the melter directly. And then I have the entire 2000 power buffer of the receptor to make mistakes with. But I think I'm happy with this. It's a goofy little circuit, but it should do its job. And the annoying thing is, I think I'm going to need to do another one. Because it's not just the melter that needs power, and I'm going to need a bin. Three, 6, 8 iron. A lot of iron for just a bin, a literal bin. I forget what a trapdoor bin was. I think it dumps its contents, which is not quite what I want to happen. Where was said bin? Was it in here? Bin. Barrel of iron with an open top, can hold up to a stack, collects outputs. Trapdoor bin. When a redstone signal is applied, the bottom opens and everything falls out. Not what I want to do. Scales. Ash need to be precisely measured when attaching 2 containers to the top half. The bottom half will emit a redstone signal counterclockwise to the heavier container. I don't know if that's important for anything. It sounds like a lot of hassle. Anyway, with our melter, and the melter is going to have to feed into over here, I think, right here. We have an output chest, a hopper, a bin, the stamp base, and then right above the stamp base is the stamper. Yeah, that's a lot of ember lost, because 8,000 went into the melter. We're going to lose a lot more once I get this stamper online. And I'll probably try and do another circuit, which I think I can cram in here too. It's not going to be elegant, but it'll be functional. That's the important part. Nothing fell in there. So much like the melter, the stamper also has to be powered. So that's another emitter, another receptor. No, I put that over here for a reason. Another receptor. Another dial to read the receptor. Link them. And now I need to connect an inverter circuit between the two. No. Let's do this right this time. Receptor, but dial directly on the stamper. And comparator, reading the dial. So I don't actually need this block. Why did I even put that there? ourselves what I hope is an inverter. And that's what I was afraid of. I don't want these to connect. So I'm gonna have to block them off. Why isn't that running? Did I not actually link these? Target. Link. I didn't actually link them. You don't have the 8,000 you need. Why is that in there? Let's get some more power rolling. This is going to increase in power. Slowly pushing this out until it gets full enough that it turns off the emitter. It'll be interesting to see at what power level that happens. And then the two will be held in equilibrium. Almost there. One more. I think. There we go. It shuts off at about half full. I could also switch things around a bit to give myself a larger power buffer here. Basically by cutting this. Oh, what's going on there? It got very angry that I broke that connection. Oh, it would. Because I turned the emitter back on, but the receptor no longer existed. That's why it went a little crazy. Okay, so now I'm reading the receptor, which means the stamper will fill, then the receptor will get half full, and then the emitter will turn off. With the lengths I go to avoid wasting power. Am I a redstone master? Not even close. But these circuits will do their job, and that's what matters. the end, the power will flow in exactly the way it needs to. We have done a very silly thing in the name of efficiency. And despite those two machines now being powered, we're not even ready yet. The next step here is to get my molten metal into the stamper. And I think the most efficient way to do that is also the least elegant right now. That is to put an extractor here. Oh no, I can't do that. Because if I activate this with a lever, then that turns on the emitter, because it activates that redstone. So I guess the extractor's going here. And then the piping is going up, so it doesn't get in my way. And then it goes in there. With a lever on the fluid extractor, we can then send our molten metals to the stamp base to be stamped. This means we now need stamp molds. But we're getting closer. We are closing in. Okay, just have to make sure that was all going as planned. No more pipes. No more levers. No more hammers, funnily enough. I do need more Caminite. Hopefully I have enough of it. Not sure about that, though. So we need a raw bar stamp, a raw flat stamp, and a raw plate stamp. These all need to be cooked. And because they are single items, we're going to have to do some fast swapping. There's also some potential for the gear stamp, but I'm out of Caminite. Unless I can very quickly whip up some more. That was quick enough. The rod and round stamp don't seem to do anything. The inscription stamp I don't need. The nugget stamp I may actually need. Hopefully not. It'll be a sign of having messed up the values and amounts. But it'll be better than needing to destroy any excess. And with our array of stamps, we are finally ready to get melting. And the first thing I think I want to process is nickel. Because with nickel, we can make our geologic separators. Iron will be necessary too, to get to fluid vessels to make the separators. And of course there's more Caminite involved. But here we go, let's send that melter off to the races. It starts melting the ore into fluid. It burns down our ember. Once the circuit falls below a threshold, it will call for a re-up, and it won't overflow. Just like that. And we can also pipe over our nickel to the stamper, where it will apparently sit there and do nothing. I was not informed that the stamper needed its own lever. Oh, it doesn't need its own lever. It needs a stamp. It will not run without a stamp. I have liquid nickel clogging the pipes. But now that I've put the stamp on it, that should solve itself. We get fresh pressed nickel ingots just popping out of there. And as with the melter, as the stamper goes below threshold, it should request more. It will request more amber. And none is lost. What a bit of Rube Goldberg nonsense. Just to double my ores. Still better than Mechanism. And its bashing, it seems, slightly faster than the Fluid Clog. Melter's run out of nickel. It'll just bash out the rest of the bars there. I wonder, can I turn this off? That would be a no. Once it receives liquid, it has to pound it. And there we go. 36 nickel ingots out of 18 nickel ore. We doubled it. Just like was promised. Let me now bash out some iron plates. And when the plates are done, I'll switch back to the bar stamp. We also need gold, but that's not all. Perhaps more than gold at this moment. Not enough nighttime to make that. Okay, where do the geologic separators go? Placed beside the melter with the tap facing toward the bottom block. So at most I could fit 3 on there. Because the fourth block, or the fourth melter, needs to have the receptor on it. Unless I put the receptor underneath, but I don't know if that's legal. Could be cool to try, though. Unfortunately, I don't want to remove the receptor while it has Ember in it, because losing a crystal's worth of Ember is a fair amount of Ember. Anyway, plate's done. Swap to bar. Burn the rest of this iron. Geologic separator from iron gets more nickel. Not a big deal. I can afford to lose that. Silver gets lead. I have a lot of silver, not a lot of lead. Copper gets gold. Aluminum gets iron for some reason. Nickel gets iron. Tin gets lead. So apparently you're supposed to get your lead from your tin and from your silver, because there's not a lot of it natively. Give me the Caminite. I also need iron bars. Good news, we're making some. They're just getting stomped out here by ancient dwarven tech. Fluid vessel. Nickel block. Fluid vessel. Fluid vessel. 1, 2, 3. If this doesn't work, I might end up less disappointed overall. So this goes here, and here, and here. And this, the metal from here, is also going to need to go somewhere. Probably a holding tank. First of all, let's see if it works. Test it with something less critical, like silver. Or copper. We could use the copper anyway, and if I do or don't get gold, I mean, it's not a huge loss. We have gold to melt. So if I take 3 copper, and all 3 geologic separators work, then I should get an extra bar's worth of gold from these 3 copper. Because it'll be 3 nuggets per. $16, $16, $16, it works. all works according to plan. Well, they'll send the copper, or wait. Oh no. My fluid extractor. Is connected to that separator. Well, this is why we have the nugget stamp. Nugget stamp. Molten gold. Hello? Nugget stamp. 16 millibuckets. It doesn't work on gold. What? What? Who messed this up? I should have seen that the extractor spout was always connected here. Now I have to figure out if the fluid extractor goes on top, which it apparently does just fine. No, don't do that. That's very wrong. So now I can put the lever here, which hopefully doesn't activate that. Doesn't seem to. It would have fired if it did. But right now I have a molten gold problem that needs to go back in here or into its own fluid vessel. I need a fluid vessel. Or some kind of tank. My ability to have tanks is currently very limited. Here. I don't want to use the last of my Camonite. But I need to get this gold out of here, which worked. Unfortunately, now the system is jammed with copper. Which I expected would happen. So we'll just run that back this way. And now the copper is mostly where it needs to be and not in these pipes at all. Alright, save the gold. Mostly. Some of the copper was destroyed in the process. Oh, some of the copper's back in here. Well, get out of there. There we go. None of the copper was destroyed in the process. Everything worked out perfectly. For some values of perfectly. And this fluid vessel contains gold. Next step. I'm going to need fluid pipes connected to these, connected to this vessel, which is going to be at least 4 extractors. It could be 3 extractors. And then a second pipe here that I can turn on and off as needed. Need more fluid pipes, more plates, more levers. More plates, more iron, and some redstone. Pipes. I think that's backwards. It usually is with me. There we go. 3 fluid extractors. We get 1 extractor, 2 extractor. Those will end up clogging if I don't connect them directly to the fluid vessel. Troublesome. So each of these needs its own lever. This is the difficult one. fluid pipe it down. And this one can be piped horizontally. And they are going here. So you reach it via that side. And then you reach it via the bottom. And that's an ugly little pipe hole, but there's not much I can do about that. Throw the switches. An ingot's worth of gold. Perfect. And the final trick is an extractor, a pipe, and a lever with the bar stamp right there. If I can only trigger both of these with one lever. But no matter. Bam. There's my free gold ingot. Made from pressing, or made from melting copper. And so to run this whole system and make sure nothing clogs, I'm going to have to do my math very carefully. I'll have to melt things in threes. Because threes make 6 plus 1, because we're tripling an ingot, and 3 ingots each. You know, 100% joy. Everything is working as designed. Made a bit of a routing problem. Is something connected somewhere it shouldn't have? And really, I could have just used the hammer to unconnect it. But I'm only thinking of that now, so it wasn't an option at the time. And now, I can process all the iron I want. Except it needs to be done in threes. So we'll do 30, and not 32. 32 is assuming... 32 is assuming I'm still coal feeding this process. No, this is a whole different beast. Technically, at a certain level, it is coal-fed, but not directly. Nope, we are frozen again. Really don't know why that's happening. It must be a Windows update that I didn't ask for. It happens constantly in my PC, really. Okay, you can come back anytime now. Ah, there we go. Big ugly freeze. It happens when I'm doing multiplayer things too. Very frustrating, especially when I'm the host. Let's see. 10 crystals is 12,000, which is half the capacity. I'm not going to do a whole lot of math. Just throw 10 crystals in there. Keep the power feeding into the system. Not a very big capacitor, but it doesn't really have to be. So, we have iron that is not barring, because I didn't put a stamp on there. There we go. And bonus nickel coming out of there. As the entire system chugs along happily. With the very slight problem that it's receiving energy more slowly than it's putting out energy. At least when everything's firing. Everything is not always firing, which makes up for it a little. But I do have a throughput problem. That's a problem for another time. Oh, and there's also the small issue that I have to feed in water manually. Okay, water's still fine. It's only burned a bucket's worth. I'm not at all concerned about that. I could also slap a boiler on the side there. Get some water in there. Run a mechanical pump. Get water into the pressure refinery that way. And then not have to worry about it. Because this way, if I get boilers... If I get a boiler on the pressure refinery itself, it will use the heat of producing its own ember to keep itself fed with water, and therefore should only run the boiler when needed. So we have a mini boiler. That's a lot of iron. I need to have a discussion with the system about iron plates. I can melt an iron plate into an ingot again. Good to know. It also makes wrought iron tile and platform. I will never care about that. Mixer centrifuge is kind of on the next thing on our to-do list here. Because we are now very happily melting and producing metal. Can I do anything with nickel plates? Ethereum, heat insulation, ember siphon. I still don't know what an ember siphon is. But the bottom line, I guess, is that I don't need nickel plates right now, and can turn the extra nickel into bars. I could also, if I really, really wanted to, put a comparator on this thing. So when it gets too full, it gives a redstone signal to the hopper and turns it off. So I can't overfill. But that would probably be over-engineering it. Okay, so pump, boiler, a second pump, mechanical power, something something. Really the order of the day, because that's a convenience thing, that can wait. The big deal is to get a mixer centrifuge going. The mixer centrifuge runs off of 2 melters. But technically doesn't have to. I could use my existing melter and still profit off of the separators. Because I don't want all new separators and 2 new melters to run a centrifuge. What I could do is use a couple of extractors as valves to change the way this piping works and route things differently. That might get a little silly though, but it will certainly be cheaper to make additional extractors and levers as compared to another melter with more geologic separators. I would rather just continue profiting off my existing machine here. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Mixer centrifuge. It accepts multiple fluids on the bottom, and then you feed it ember, and it creates an alloy that you can pump out of the top, which you will then need to process. So I'll have something else, a third pipe, running to my stamper. Which tells me that the valve system needs to be here. And I'm putting my mixer centrifuge behind the stamper in this wall. The purpose of the mixer centrifuge is to make Dawnstone. It's 1 part gold, 1 part copper. And also some ember. You can't make it if you run the mixer centrifuge off purely mechanical energy. And then Dawnstone opens up so many other sections of the tablet here. Constructs, transmutation, okay, constructs, Aetherworks, and brewing. Aetherworks and brewing, not a big deal yet. Aetherworks is really expensive to get into. It's a problem. But metallurgic constructs over here is where we have the crystal cell, which is a much, much bigger storage cell for ember power. I like it conceptually. I don't know if I need it, but I like it. I should get some fluid dials on these things so I'm not constantly crouching to check. Okay, we've got nickel. We've got plates. And more ember crystals kicking around. Centrifuge. Mechanical core. Lead plate. Okay. A lead plate is very easy. Unfortunately, lead separates into bonus silver, and I don't have enough lead to capture all of it. But wait. Silver takes the nugget stamp. It's fine. So let's get the lead ore going. We'll hit it with the plate stamp as soon as it's ready. That's 1. That's 2. Now we get the silver in there and make nuggets. Waste not, want not, after all. Now that can stay in there. Now we need lead plate, lots of iron, more bunches and bunches of iron. That is a compass, which is just the mod-centric symbol for rotation for some reason. And yet we're just making a core out of it. Now we need a copper and 5 plates. That makes the mixer centrifuge, which looks like that. We'll be moving this. Now there is another machine that I have to put on top of this eventually, so we won't be piping the ember in through the top. We need the ember through the side, I think. Yeah, the top block must be supplied with ember. We're going to need more pipes. Lots more pipes. And a fair few more levers. This will make a whole bunch of them. I'm going to need one for output. Technically one for input, but I'll feel safer with two. I had levers the whole time. How do you like that? And do I want to comparator this thing to? I don't think so. Particularly since I'm running out of space for my emitters and receptors. Speaking of which, running out of emitters and receptors. Okay. So the last place I can cram an emitter on this thing is on this side. No? Because if I put an emitter here, then it's contacting this lever, and is therefore always on, and I don't want that. So what I'm going to do instead is move the dial. Now I can put the emitter over here, where it doesn't interfere with anything else. It's going to need its own lever, which I am not particularly happy about. But it's fine. We'll make it work. This thing. And we need to cut room for the device itself and the pipe work. Technically, I should be able to just do this. Or more specifically, this. And make it a valve. Because if I turn this on, then this pipe should be closed. And stuff will flow through here by default. And if this is open, then pipe logic states that stuff should favor going straight through the system if possible. But I don't trust it. I don't trust it, and it never does what you want it to. Unfortunately, I've screwed up, and I have not made enough extractors to do what I need to do here. So I might have to trust that for a bit. Also, I hope I'm not getting too far away from this ember emitter. So I need the fluid pipe. And the fluid pipe, technically this is the closest I can get. Like that. Then we have the extractor with its own lever. If I could somehow get that closer and use just one lever for both of these, that'd be great. But I don't see that happening. Get that nugget stamp off there. Let's not make any silly mistakes. And I still don't have enough fluid extractors for this. Because I didn't take the valve into account. Anyway, here's your receptor. I don't even have the hammer. I did not prepare for this at all. I didn't study for this test. Alright, give me the hammer. We need additional lever. Additional fluid extractor. Additional Caminite plate. Additional redstone to make the extractor with. Can I get a fluid vessel for staging? That could be helpful. Just fill this thing up. Now I want another ember dial, but I'm out of paper. And I'm out of sugar cane to make paper. Oh, it really needs to be right here to make sure nothing goes wrong. When extractors are off, they just count as pipes, so anything melted should pass straight through. Should, probably won't. And I do want a fluid vessel for staging, but I don't have the Caminite to make one, so it doesn't matter what I want. pipe continues. And then I guess we use the same principle with a single cheeky valve. That can't go there. It has to go here. So if that's off, the valve counts as a pipe. But if it's on, then that isn't a pathway, and the fluid is forced to change direction. Which means I can actually put that here. And I can't just go straight. Well, I can just go straight down. Because then I can use my hammer and say no. And then with this, we go straight down here. And we do the same thing. Hammer says no. And this should, very awkwardly and inelegantly, make us Dawnstone. Which, as we read earlier, is both gold and copper in equal measure. That's off, that's off. Let's start with 3s to make sure nothing screws up. These are on, that's off. 3 gold. Hit it. While that's melting, I need dirt and to expand this farm zone. A single wall block will help. Just cram that down there so we can't fall down a full block. I did not mean to do that, but there's your dirt. I also should really make the crafting bench for Arcane Archives. I don't know what's holding me back at this point. Okay, how is the melting going? It's melted. Our bonus silver is in here. Give me those bars. It won't tell me what's in the centrifuge. So I just have to trust that the centrifuge worked correctly. Anyway, that was the 3 gold. Now we turn this off, so it should route into this side tank. And it's time for the 3 copper. It's running. That makes kind of a lot, actually. The Age of Dawnstone begins. Plates. Go into Ethereum stuff. Mostly I'm looking for tools. Oh, the Ashen Cloak is also a thought, but that's for later. Also Ember Ejector, an upgraded emitter with Dawnstone, which is much more powerful. And the Ember Funnel, which can handle it. With 3 plates, that could increase my pressure refinery throughput. But then the copper cell wouldn't be able to handle it. Ember Belt. I don't know what that is. Dawnstone Mail. I actually do know what that is. Anyway, Dawnstone plates make the Clockwork Battle Axe a slower 9 damage weapon that is also an axe and cuts trees. So that would be 2 plates. And then if we look into ingots, I'm specifically for this. 2 ingots makes the Clockwork Pickaxe. And 2 ingots makes the Battle Axe. Also some copper. So I do want some plates, but mostly I'm looking for ingots. Let me just throw the rest of the copper in here. Copper's doing fine. Plate stamp. With bar stamp at the ready. Go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 is fine. Go to bars now. I've been a little careful on the melting because I don't know how large the centrifuge tanks are. I just don't. I don't want to overload the system. Because if I end up with copper clogging back into the pipes... Hi! What are you doing right there? Goodbye. Alright, switching that off. We'll let the gold flow through. And then we should get ready to mix Dawnstone. And we also have clogs in this system. So I need to get the gold and stuff, the bonus materials, out of here. Because there's silver coming. I was worried about that. Can't have the system clog up with trace silver like that. Okay, stamp base is empty. 6 plates, 6 ingots. Is 6 plates enough for now? One, two, three, 4. I'll need a lot more when we get into alchemy, but I'll save that for later. Five, 6, 7, 8. I don't want to go up to 8 plates. We'll just make it 9. That way I have 1 spare in my back pocket. The pipe routing is functioning exactly as it's supposed to, which actually surprises the bloody hell out of me. I honestly expected some of the melted stuff to go down the wrong pipe here, but no, the pipe logic is working as it's supposed to. What an absolute shock. So what have we just done? Well, we've made Dawnstone. We have made our first Dawnstone. This allows us to make Ember's clockwork tools. Tools which technically cannot break, but are fueled not by durability, but by Ember. This, unfortunately, means we need more infrastructure, to include 1 more emitter, which I do not have room for right now. And the spidery pipes and cables of this thing mean that if I were to change one of the emitters, its emitter specifically, to run power storage, then I have trouble getting it back again. Hey though, free iron. Not bad. So before we make the clockwork tools, I need a copper charger, made with a copper plate and an iron plate, and dawnstone. The copper charger is how you get ember power into portable ember storage. So let's get an iron plate. Prepare to make some copper plates. I needed copper. I need some iron. Extracting. Turn that on so it goes straight to the stamper. Stamp needs a plate stamp. This needs to be off. Copper. There's my plate. Still daytime. Copper charger. Copper charger is going to require an ember receiver, which is looking like my last Caminite plate. Clay situation is looking dire too. Can I make some more? A bit. Get me more plates. Missing copper. Ember receptors. I'm just going to slam that down pretty much right here. Put a receptor right on top of it. And link that receptor to what used to be our mixer emitter. Next up. None of these, this is Astral Sorcery stuff. There are 3 mantle items: cartridge, jar, and bulb. Bulbs are baubles, but they need ember crystal clusters, which I am not yet equipped to make. Jars only hold 2,000, which is not a lot, but they function from anywhere in your inventory, allegedly. In practice, I've only seen them work from your hotbar. And the cartridge, which holds 6,000, functions only from your offhand. But, 6,000. Quick question. Do gold plates do anything? No, you melt them again. Alright, give me my leftover bar. So I think the play here will be to make a cartridge and a bulb. That way I have big capacity that I can hold manually, or small capacity that I can kind of play around with. And I'm kind of out of glass, so that's a bit troubling. These need a charging. Like I said, the jar doesn't hold much. The cartridge will be our big move here. And now we need Clockwork Pickaxe and Clockwork Battle Axe. There is one more Embers item that runs off of mantle stuff. And that is the Grand Hammer for 11 attack damage. But for 2 Dawnstone blocks, that's kind of a high price to pay. There's also the Blazing Ray and the Cinder Staff, which I mentioned were ranged weapons that function off of the same Ember cartridge system. The Cinder Staff allows you to charge up a damaging ball of heat and then hurl it forward, whereas the Blazing Ray fires a laser of heat energy, which is more for setting things on fire than actually dealing damage, though to its credit, it does do both. There's also the Glimmer Crystal here, which you can put in a lamp. Glimmer Crystal is the Ember's way of moving away from torches. But we're talking about alchemy again, which we are not yet ready for. So now I have a new primary pickaxe and a new axe. This axe will be my primary weapon once the iron sword breaks. They big, though. They are big and slow and screen-meltingly immense. Just a pain. Just irritating in a lot of ways. Let me turn it off, though. That doesn't need to be on anymore. I think that is it for Ember's tinkering for now. We've got that's not Godstone, that's copper. The plate still goes there. We've got Dawnstone, some spare receptors. This stuff. Portable power. What did I do with that dirt? I put it away and shouldn't have. Shouldn't have broke that. Now, that should have worked. I wanted to place that on top, but no. Now my farmland is going to start dying. Yes, shockingly the clockwork pickaxe is just as good at dirt as it is with stone, ameliorating the need for a shovel. I don't know where that zombie growl is coming from, but I imagine it's coming from the surface. Hang on, 1, 2, 3, I need one more. There we go, farm expanded. Next move. Which I think will use sand, making the sugarcane farm. Let me grab these again. So, starting here, I think. What? That was strange. It didn't place, it just flickered. Now, how big do I want this, and where do I want to go with it? Also, let me look at something. 5485. 5480. So it's 5 ember to break a block. Noted. Also, when it comes to enchanting tools, this is the one to enchant because it lasts forever. I don't know if it can handle obsidian, though. Certainly a question of the waiter. This hole here needs to go as well. It was nice chasing coal down here. Now the usefulness of this little cavity in the ground has been played out. There. Now our sugarcane farm can begin. A small beginning, but everything begins small. Just even out the ceiling. What are the drawbacks of living in a cave? Things don't always look great. Let's see, 4565. If I was running exclusively off the mantle jar, then we'd be almost empty by now. One thing I don't understand about the clockwork pickaxe is why it keeps reminding us that that's what we have equipped. It should not keep popping up at the bottom of the screen like that. And it's not because it's healing or anything. It's not regenerating from the Ember cartridge, because it never took damage to begin with. This isn't Botania. Now, let's get our little pocket things recharged here. And for my last trick of the day, to be clear, we're going below to collect our Ember power from the boar and to feed it to extract the next batch. There you go. Eat hearty and chew that ground. Actually, I think there is one more thing I want to do before closing down for the day. And that is grabbing the environment thingy and seeing if our mining has reduced the ember value of the area. I don't actually know if that's a thing, but I'm gonna go check. Oh, it still looks pretty high. Yep, our ember is still pretty high here. So, now that we have ember-powered tools and have broken away from worrying about durability, maybe I can break obsidian with this? Maybe not, I don't recall. It'll be an interesting experiment to find out. We have to concern ourselves with where to go next. Certainly, tilling the farm and planting more wheat is one of those things. Making the Arcane Archives crafting table so I can actually get better storage stuff, that's on the to-do list. But for embers here, we have our Dawnstone. I could fuss about with the pump and the boiler, though this really isn't hard to keep fed with water. I mean, it's still doing really well on water. Uses a lot less of it than I'd expected. Now we have access to this, which we've used the copper charger, we've made containers, we've made our tools, and we are aware of the Cinder Staff and Blazing Ray. The tools, they're unbreakable. High base damage, they double as weapons. When powered with Ember, they set enemies on fire. The pickaxe is a pick and shovel. As it's also a weapon, it can receive weapon and tool enchantments. The Grand Hammer is like a pickaxe, obliterates blocks. Not my favorite. It is spooky though, because when it's fully powered and you slam somebody with it with your attack fully off cooldown, it explodes. And the Clockwork Axe is an axe. Cinder Staff channels Ember, charges up a large sphere. The longer it's charged, the more damaging it is. And at peak, it's just short of enough damage to insta-kill a typical monster. The Blazing Ray is just a beam. Laser guns. Lovely laser guns. Oh, there's the Ember Siphon. Placed under a charger to empty a container and store the Ember in its internal buffer. I don't think I ever want to do that. Why would I want to charge up a container and then take the container somewhere else? Or I could just have emitters send it where it needs to be. The crystal cell. Big ember storage. The ejector, which we talked about. Beam splitters. Beam splitters accept and then divide. So they would allow me to turn one emitter into two. And eventually there's the advanced ember transfer, which is a single emitter that can go 5 ways. These are expensive though, and they exacerbate the losses of the power transfer in the system. No. What we really need to be looking into is the cinder plinth, aspecti, the beam cannon, and then alchemy. Also the catalytic plug, we can ignore that. These are concepts we will explore tomorrow. And they're going to involve overhauling our power transfer system, because we simply don't have enough emitters to go around. I think this is going to involve making more copper cells, just so I can have power go into a cell, and then into a cell, and then into a cell, and then each cell has its own emitter structure. Which is not a great plan, but this is how we conserve energy and don't lose it to the lossy nature of ember transfer. Another thing we're going to need, which I think is up here in transmutation and experimentation and all of this. It's actually not here. Where is it? Augment smithing. Needs wildfire core. Wildfire core comes off of ember clusters. Combustion chamber, catalysis chamber. That's supposedly improved ember power, but we don't need the Ignum reactor. Like, ever. Wildfire Stirling. Have to supply it with steam to reduce the ember cost of a machine by half. No, don't need it. Metal crystals. Crystal seed ember injector. Power them. Feed. Produces nuggets from ember. I mean, free metal could be something. That's not what I'm looking for. Baubles. Also not what I want right now. Augment smithing. This is it, the Dawnstone Anvil, which we actually need sooner rather than later because of this. Heat and modifiers. So heat, or start with the anvil. Need to make a Dawnstone Anvil. Place an item on the anvil, then its repair material, smack it a few times to repair it. This allows us to repair items as though we were using an anvil without burning the anvil's durability. If we place the damaged item alone and hit it, it will break apart. So we can deconstruct and repair with the Dawnstone Anvil. There's also heat. You can bash modifiers onto an equipment, which begins with the ancient motive core. Cores cause tools to accrue heat as they are used. Heat increases a tool's capacity to have other modifiers attached to it. So these items are built and replaced just a bit later. Such tools cannot be completely destroyed. Interesting. So by applying a motive core and giving a tool a heat bar, it becomes functionally unbreakable. That'll be something worth testing. There's an auto hammer here, which just bam. It's an automatic hammer. You pull a lever, it strikes once, and it does the whole job of bashing on it with a tinker hammer. Heat also keys off of the Inferno Forge. You must temper it. Open the hatch, throw in your heated item and some crystal ember. The more ember crystal you put in, the more likely you will succeed. This part of the mechanic is awful, because it is not clear at all how much you need. And if it doesn't work, the ember crystals are destroyed. But yes, you fill the heat bar, you throw it in the Inferno Forge with some crystal ember, and the item gains a temper level, which gives it a modifier slot. And that allows you to start applying modifiers and augments. And there's a few of them. There's quite a few of them that do various things. So yeah, Dawnstone Anvil is among our first priorities. Unfortunately, that's 3 Dawnstone blocks. So we're going digging for gold and copper. Yeah, gold and copper. We also need to get into... Actually, do I have that much? 9, 18? No, not quite. That is 2 blocks worth. We're not there yet. Though I could get another batch going. I need the hammer, though. Because I disconnected this. State off. Was the rear tank gold or copper? I don't think it matters. Let's see. On, off. On, off. Off. Gold. So the only reason I have a mantle jar at all is because I don't always remember to hold the mantle cartridge in my offhand. If I could remember that unerringly, then I wouldn't need the cartridge. Or then I wouldn't need the jar. The jar just makes it so my tools actually work if, say, I have my shield active.